So we are. Oh, here we go. Okay. I was like, oh wait. Oh my gosh, he's been at the $15 tier forever. I haven't done anything special. Okay, there we go. We are we're continuing our journey into the land and world of Phoenix Wright, and perhaps I'm eating a hungry man. Perhaps. Screw you, Marion. You are no longer my favorite person. You are...
Another has risen to join the flock.
Dude.
Yay.
Latichow, thank you so much for using your Twitch Prime here. Super appreciate it. That is awesome. 5 months, man. And you're on a 2-month streak. That's amazing. Thank you so much. God, it is. I just got out of the shower. And it actually, you know... looking pretty damn 80s. I'm happy with that. I'm good with that. I'm flying high as a kite. No, I'm not giving up. Because I realized something. The game is wrong, not me. My logic was spotless. So, if this is what it takes, I will get through it. I will beat this game. I will win. Those are pretty tasty. Yes, I'm always clean. It's just I'm cleaner than usual right now. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh.
By the power invested in me, by the power of the state of attorney, as well as Grace Cole, I have the power. I hereby invest in thee, the power to finish this game, without your brain exploding from frustration. Amen. Chief Chicken Kiev Hallelujah. Holy shit.
Thank you, Lantern. I appreciate that. Thanks for the bits. That's awesome. And hello, Somber. How are you?
Beep, you said fuck. Somber's here.
In case you just instilled that into my 14-year-old. If only we could all instill that into our 14-year-olds. My good God. Oh, oops, we're going to get things back to where they need to be. Boom. Okay. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Okay, well, you know what? Your sister is a cuck. Ooh, BG, thank you.
Let's use that detective brain.
Let's. Hot. Oh. Hot. Hot. Okay, good. I didn't burn my tongue. Okay, we're okay. Fabricating acid. Okay. It's beer battered chicken too. Measures. We did what we had to in order to get the verdict he deserved. BG, I wish. Actually, no, I don't. I'm not a beer drinker. But beer battered chicken is actually really damn good. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like you want to hear about these killings with me. So badly. She used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marsh. Dude.
Do you think Edgeworth has a steel samurai Dakimagura though?
I do. I seriously do. Because it's Edgeworth. Of course he does. The question is, does he use it or does he keep it pristine? Oh, that sounds really good, Lantern. Sounds really good, actually. Right, Jay? Oh, yeah. See, the only problem with making the Hungry Man in the microwave, I'm too lazy to remove the brownie, so I just cook it the whole way through and it turns into this tough hockey puck of chocolate. but it's okay. Because I can still eat it. Nom, 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 nom.
I'm interested in this.
Retro, hey! How you doing? Mm. Mm. Alright, Retro. Brother. An incriminating piece of evidence. Why'd you have to do those killings, Emma? I am, I really am. I've gotten pretty lucky so far. I haven't had anything in my brownie for a while. Well, that's cool, Lantern. I've never heard of that, but that's pretty cool. Hey, Retro. Did I say hello? No, I don't. He tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Mr. Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you. Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. Oh, shit! I agree, Marion. At least the corn, you can kind of... It's not a big deal. It's just a little piece of corn. So the gravy mixes into the brownie mix, if there's gravy with it. It's right by this time of year, too. There's a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. And suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Yeah, Mary. Jake Marshall's brother. That's fine, Wispy. You take care of yourself. I hope you're okay. I'm really sorry about what happened, so I hope you're doing alright. That is weird, Lantern. I've never heard of that. Dark tried to take me hostage. But before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck, and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. When I saw them burn a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. Permanent picture. I remember the moment when Drake struck Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that. No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted the guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence that Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean, it's all my fault. If I could just testify properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true, even though I may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After the case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today. She has a tragic backstory. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. How traditional. Alright. Oh yeah, here we go. The little piece fell right on the cord to the controller, and it stayed there. Ton of retro. Alright, permanent picture. It's a large spoon, that's all. It's a tablespoon. See? Maybe it is. So fuck you. It's not, okay? Regular old spoon. What did you see in the instant the crime occurred? Oh, yeah. Almost. It was a small brownie! There are many things about me that are larger than life. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. Yeah. God. Hey, Boo Boo. I'm so sorry you had to walk in this. Apparently, I passed out. Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma. You've been through so much. Yeah. It's a valid question. I do. Thank you. I do. So shush. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago. You must have been 14. That's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. So that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. With a carrying capacity. I'd fight crime with my testimonies. I'd find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana could never have to forge any. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. There's still something that bothers me about that crime. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at the time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, he was being chased by a prosecutor? There's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course, this happened at the police department. There's a zombie bird, oh god. I'm not answering these questions. These are highly inappropriate. Even though I brought it on myself. I tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did you run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective offices in the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? Well, Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She's the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. There's your quite. This is a lower building. I don't think anyone wants to answer these. After the Joe Dark case, she's transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective? I better have another talk with her. Oh, shit! Lana, Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. Lantern. Oh, God. Yes, the undead bird could fit a whole spoon in its mouth. Are you happy now? That's right. Could you fill me in on the details? Especially about that unusual change of jobs? Plus, we have an egg. Chocolate egg. To consume. I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. Alright, let's talk about it. A lot of revelations were covered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial really wasn't fair, was it? More egg. No, Kia. Watch you get the same one again, Jay. I believed in you, Lana. I believe that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. Have I been saying Lana or Lana? Lana, yeah. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At the trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. I have been saying Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why don't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before. Lana! Lana! Just kill the man. Put a gun against his head, but it was a knife to use instead. Lana, life had just begun, but now you've gonna throw it on away. Lana, ooh. Lana. It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. We still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Leviosa. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. Dark investigation. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes. Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Oh no! They fudged evidence. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So we waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office chair by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. And that's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I just finalized the papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Drake. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. Hot! During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. Hey! Thank you for that anonymous cheer, whoever you are. I appreciate that, thank you. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her. After all, her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Oh, is that you, Lantern? I think if it's anonymous, it just does it. It just does the cheer without anything. I think. I don't know. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident? That's right. Quite a coincidence, I don't buy it. What are you saying? There is no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. There were 2 killers. Am I wrong? Or his brother died? He's changed completely. It seems like convinced with the ruling gets Joe dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of the case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. I was thinking. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself. The chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office. The site of the final SL9 murder. See if anything. Oh, whoops. Oh boy, another office. Yeah, it won't be as fun as that. Jeez. Okay, we need to move to. There were 2 killers. One of them was a cop. Or the cop was the true killer. But I think it's 2 people. I think it's 2 killers. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera, sera. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? Should've known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But, Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Or building stream where you write a base of banks where people have enough to base the right foundation. Oh my legend, I don't know. I don't know if I want to do that. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something's fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean, fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean the switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's, alright. But in the initial autopsy report, the question was raised. Oh god, backstory contest. You guys make up my backstory? Oh my god. A question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there's a good chance that the knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, the possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind? I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he, your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the king of prosecutors? I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, That wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him, too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean, Damon Gant and Lana Skye. The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second in command, Lana Skye. There wasn't a person in the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? It really is, Retro. It really is. Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for this to happen. She'd never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma says something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else is the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. What? Has he just been faking drinking this whole time? Too bad I won't be around to work with you. When you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. I am piecing it together now. I've been piecing it together this whole time. I think I know what happened. Shall I put it out there, or shall we discover it together? It's faded into the sunset, right? Retro. Okay. There's one of two things that are going on. Two killers, okay, working in tandem. Joe Dark being one, and Damon Gant being the other. The reason I suspect Damon Gant is because Marshall and Gant were questioning Dark, who ran out for whatever reason. But in the scene where it looks like he's about to plunge the knife, it would have hit him in the chest, okay? In the scene where it shows the bodies on the ground, the knife was in his back. Someone hit him from behind, and it wasn't with... At least I don't think it was a switchblade knife, but I'm not sure. I can't remember what the knife looked like. I wasn't paying that close of attention. But I did notice the knife was in his back. He wouldn't have turned his back on the suspect. So I think Damon Gant has something to do with it. Either he is the true murderer and he set up Joe Dark, or he was working with Joe Dark in the murders, and that's why the blades didn't really match. But the last murder weapon, or if it is a switchblade, it was done so basically to tie everything up. And as for forging evidence, I think it was done because Gant threatened Emma. And if Emma didn't, or if Lana didn't do what he wanted her to, or what he said, then Emma would die. But let's find out if I'm right. I'm piecing it. See, the problem is, I see it, but I don't know the steps to get there. The place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the other... Oh, if you're looking for the other... They're all in the conference room. Right there. Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. The chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. I gotta prove my theory. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. Alright. Here we go. What the fuck? Oh, and there's another... Really? Okay. Whoops. Pipe, I know. With a big plot as retro. Well, where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. I thought I was a genius. Oh. I never could remember where C was. Oh, it's you two! Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading on his desk. So, Rhino, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too, with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies! Was it the bottom? It was something I haven't been able to like actually look at. It's not letting me. Oh, it's past winners. Hey, check it out. There's a metal plate here. We're all pretty crypto. Wow, one guy's listed a bunch of times. On Karma. I guess it must be a foreigner. Yeah, that's probably it. Yeah, it's just previous winners, so I can't. Yeah, but I have a feeling. Well, over there. But there's something missing from the prosecutor's thing. Lana, Neil, and me. Thanks, Lecture. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Oh, I'm right! I'm fucking right! I'm fucking right! There's the fucking face! He clocked Marshall over the head with it, and he stabbed him in the back! He's the murderer! Oh, I gotta put it together! Something's not right with this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. Undertones of sinister. Anyway, I like to reminisce all day, but their man isn't in my attention. I'm gonna lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Looks like we aren't welcome. It seems that case isn't over with yet, after all. What do you mean? Chief Ganton had a request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. Wispy! You fucks. You mean like a clue? He swam. Oh god. It's gotta be a way we get inside the chief's office. Okay, I have to... Oh my god, that is... Okay, look at this, look at this. Okay, so we've got the vase in the background. There's... And then there's like a sword piece that goes with the Prosecutor's King trophy that's missing.
When's the last time you went swimming, Hawko?
Oh god, no. Okay, Oh, Jesus Christ. No one's here today. Not even Miss Star. Everyone's probably busy looking at what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. We proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. Thank you for the bits, though. I appreciate it. So it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. Mr. Edgeworth isn't here. Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee? He took a real beating in court today. Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago. I guess he'll just have to come back later. On the couch, yeah, you'd think he wanted to show this thing off more than the giant steel samurai. Then again, Edgeworth has always been like that. Really? Hey, I should write this down. Tell me what he's like as a kid. Back in elementary school, he won awards for all kinds of things. Speech contests, essays, playing the flute, golf tournaments. That doesn't exactly sound like typical elementary school stuff. Hey, Inazuma, how you doing, man? Sorry, I didn't say hi when I saw you there. But I always hated receiving awards. He'd make some smart remark like, I know the path I've walked. No one else needs to tell me. That's how he's always been. Kinda gets under your skin, doesn't it? Okay, we did that. Oh, I thought you were getting the cast off, like not anytime soon, I guess. Ah, damn it. Again? Jeez, that sucks. Okay, what if I present her with the photo? Here, see this? Ah, I've noticed that defense attorneys have a tendency to want to show people things. What is this? The behavioral study of lawyers? Okay, that's not it. Okay, back inside. Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battle's between you two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. I have falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. Why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, trying to get comfortable in my chair. As you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who didn't like him. Now with this, are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise at the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey, Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes, sir. Gotta take you back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. Seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find anything? How'd I think? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall who was trying to protect some girl? Me. Seems Detective Gumshoe never realized that Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it has something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forgot. Look, it's all written somewhere there, okay? His powers of recollection never fail to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. Businessman? What made him take to serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. His car? So, it was an accident? An accident, yes. But it transformed him into an animal. An animal? He killed the man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed the lady who saw the second crime. He walked by John came on the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. Wait, what? So he just basically killed everyone who just happened to see what he was doing. Seems he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in. Yes. But in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness. AKA Emma. Let's present to him the murder weapon. About this. Hey, is that? It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 Incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. On the day Detective Gumley was murdered, this something disappeared from the locker. It was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it! Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. Tell me it's the plot. Tell me it's the plot. Or do I just want? Okay. This knife. It was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. He traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus, it had his fingerprints on it, too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well, anyway, take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it. Inside his own body. It's found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet! Down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. That's the falsified evidence. Court record. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. It's not money, but it does concern the Chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The Chief's out now, and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around, if that's okay. Oh, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. What? Really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? So put, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. Data was deleted the day he died. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. What can we show him that would make him change his mind? No. What can I show him that would change his mind? Oh, something wrong with this Edward's presentation. I think people are accusing him of injustice. I, for one, ain't buying it, pal. You looking into the case, Mr. Edgeworth? Yeah, it's a pretty big deal when it all was going on, you know. After all, a serial killer was on the loose. Well, it was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty. Okay, let's, anybody else I could talk to? Ah, here we go. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is. He looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. Let's talk first, then we'll examine. Forged evidence. Oh, Edgeworth. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence that hit a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I do can erase that fact. With me! Well, you didn't know, did you? I mean, that evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error. My responsibility as a prosecutor in charge. The fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First, last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists. That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. Oh, okay, Gothic. That is really the only thing on my mind at the time. I'm curious, but okay. We'll find out soon enough. Or I will. Ha-ha. Only I may know. Ha-ha. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture? Something seems strange about it. I wonder what he's writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright, let's take a look. You crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground! Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. It didn't even look. What? Letter. If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh. I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything? He's serious. I like how it says he's serious. Due to recent events, I hereby announce my resignation as public prosecutor. He really wrote a resignation letter. Wow, even when resigning, Mr. Edgeworth is cool and concise. Still, it wasn't his fault. Someone has to be held responsible. That's how it is in the grown-up world. Oh, that sucks, Marion. Yeah, but that responsibility means nothing if he just quits. Well, not everyone sees it that way. To truly take responsibility, you should have to work the rest of your life for no pay. That's one tough grown-up world there. Okay. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over the station, right? I never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this? Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just all as it ends. Clerical stuff. I didn't plan to return to this office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh yeah, Chief Gann asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. Gann's looking more and more suspicious. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall, he had just started making a name for himself. Prosecutor Neil Marshall, he had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes. The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. Ah, I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard the story? Me? Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though? For Emma's sake. Very well. Long ago, in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other! Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very description of these items discredit them both. The unstoppable force and the immovable object. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow. Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, we had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant. Excuse me. What do you think you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? The star. I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover— Wait, what? What? Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Suck, she's right, though. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence of that case was due for transferal. This can't be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. It stars hatred toward Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. What if I stood... Somber, no! I was gonna say, I not want to... Oh god, stop, Kia! Oh my god, why? Hawk learns an unfortunate truth, Lantern. Steaming in a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though. He must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best will put on the SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. Proceed to make it normal. Oh my god, Kia. The legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong. Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She's being used. Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean... Oh yes, there are rumors about him even back then. Oh my god. Pretend be baby cow, get free milk from cow tatas. Cows don't not know, Marion! No one dare confront him though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall? When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Starr... That's why. I'll never be able to forgive her. Why'd she have to turn so cold after that? Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Kia, oh my god. It's so tasty though, it is! It's so good for cereal! Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief? That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. For him to control. And no one can stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean, that's why Lana was transferred? Kia. If he can control the chief prosecutor, he can control the prosecutor's office. Mary. That must have been his goal all along. But how can he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude. There must have been a reason for her change. At last. I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Starr. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Where do we need to go? We need to get in that office. What? Oh, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admire your persistence, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. That'd be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? It went far, oh god! Oh my god. No way. This Edgeworth can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they'd pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. The deliciousness of the egg is quite apparent. You can see the delicate spotting. It shows just how much flavor it's filled in this delectable, wonderful treat. The aroma is filled with hints of vanilla and chocolatey goodness. Well, not traditional chocolate. No, white chocolate is a chocolate of its own kind, for it uses certain solids to achieve that decadent shape and flavor. I have like 30 of those left. I know, Crispy, I know. Gold ice too. But I know different now. He trusted our detective to provide him with sound evidence. But we just betrayed him. Detective? That's it. I made up my mind. But, here, take my ID card. You can't do that. If someone found out, I'm gonna have to hook with another lost eye report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. It is, and it's so good. What? So at least let me do this for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective. Thank you. It can, can't it? Yep, piece of foil on the ground. Okay. Here goes, Mr. Wright. Or him. Where are you? Your gumshoes are gone. I knew to bail me out. Yeah! Why doesn't he? It's standard police issue. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Dr. Gumshoe! Why do you sneak up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. That game too. You're here, then what's the point of giving us your ID card? Crushed and rendered unusable in a pocket. Hey, don't do that to my card! He crushed it and rendered it unusable. That's not true, Wispy. Don't believe that. I hardly ever get a chance to come in here. So I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. Got a bad feeling about this. A desk on the other side of the room. Was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So ever since Lana left, no one has touched that desk? No one ever touches that desk? No one except Chief Gant. And the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came in to look around, right? Because it's one of those SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah... You wouldn't be... No... There's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay. Now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on! Not so fast, buddy. Huh? What is it? Someone tells you don't worry about it. It's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that. So sorry. This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think... Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings. Yet. There you go, annoying me again. Let's look around this friggin' office. This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor, these weapons. Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars was gone into this room? What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. You don't have any taxes to pay. Shh. Careful what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding in his armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out. Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be. You can see pretty far from 15 stories out. You're gonna drop that suit of armor from here? At first, the chief wanted to use stained glass for this window. Really? Why didn't he? They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view. Oh. Stained glass or not, it's a huge window. Wispy! Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier... I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though. Hey, look at the case name! Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said, I wonder what... No, about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long. That's right. I guess it wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-sized list of evidence. This seems too short. Those lists run twice as long. What would the other half of this list be doing here? I knew it! Chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so. It was ripped in half. Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Let's have a drawer. What's evidence this line? What's he doing here? Better look at this a little more in this list. Yep. This is a safe, isn't it? Safe? That word is ripe with intrigue. We will. Okay, if you say so. Looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. Oh, shit. 7-digit number. I think I know. Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know! You just want to try my birthday. It's... I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Bingo. What number did you enter? Kia! I can't believe it! It's his badge number. It's his ID number. Whose birthday was that, pal? 7777777. The final ID card number on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 777777? That ID number? I think you're 1-7 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gat's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's a shot from a broken cup. This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here, too. What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wear a shirt like this once. You think the chief made up the design? Earphones. Why would he keep that? I don't think so. It was in the evidence locker. He took it out of evidence. And Goodman found him and he killed... Oh, well, it's just a thought. Is that it? Is that all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it and a broken shot from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SM Line incident? Come on, there's gotta be something we can show the detective. We will... Yes, Sure, sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the Criminal Affairs Department. That's on the 2nd floor. This is the 15th floor of an entirely different building. When the detective screws up, the chief calls them to his office. And makes them listen to the organ for hours. Hey, what's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears. So it's an instrument of punishment, literally. Were the chief's ears affected? He never listens to anyone anyway. That's beside the point. Okay, there's the other window. Look at the giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. This is the 15th floor. I know, I was just saying. What about saying what? Ever since making Detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that. Notice how Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. So long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired. Don't say that. These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey! This is when Lana and I went to that theme park. Oh. This is taken on that day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After sitting as a war trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. I went along with Chief Grant to question Drake. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Gee, you think? As long as desk, it sure is tight. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? Does Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff legends are made of. Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime? check out something. Yeah, that vase in the background, it's... yep. It's all coming together. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put that back together! Ah, those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. What's this jar piece of evidence from that case? That's right. One of the shots had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found? You mean this one that was in the safe? Yes, that one. That was in the safe. It's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do. That's right. Here's some glue. I can piece this together again. It'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. Yeah, this is gonna be pretty. Yeah. Yep. There. It fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. But we also want to read the, What the? It's the drawing she made! The drawing she made! What? Oh, no. I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. What is it? Did you find something? I can't make it out. I better keep quiet about it for now. Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright? I better not forget about this picture. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But... Hey guys, get a load of this! What is it? This piece he just attached. It's different from the others! There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line. It's blood! I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? Unstable jar updated. And then the handprint. We gotta show him something for the handprint. I'm thinking... This is enough. You understand, don't you? Please, man. This should be with. Okay, alright. Got to stay positive. What is... There we go, shoot. I'd like you to have a look at this. Hey, I know what that is. So you want to take some fingerprints? That's a great idea, detective. Alright, go to town. Sheesh. Oh, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. Welcome back, Lantern. Talk about that clock we found in the safe. Oh, heh. I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh. Where's your sense of humor? Okay, that's right. Let's check for prints. Then once they've been told, yeah. My mom, I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get this over with. Oh, I had to pick a spot to dust. I thought I was just gonna dust the area, but nope. Alright. Whose fingerprint is this? Emma Skye? What? No. How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prince. Drake. Psst, hey you, over here. What's going on here? What are the kids' prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Yeah, maybe you should hold on to this. Oh, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. That's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right? You in the coat. Eek! Chief Gant! We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir. Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But sir. Now get out. Yes, sir. We'll be on our way too, then. Wait! You, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir? I'd like a word with you. But sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You with the spiky hair, you're free to go. Mr. Wright! Look, pal, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Yeah, I kept the evidence. Now that I see the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why is she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the Chief again. Later, pal. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really, I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the case story. Or do I just talk? Yeah, here we go. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No. I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of? What is this person's name? Well, this guy? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? Your partner's until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he's respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought up before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant, Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. I just found this in a safe in the Chief's office. This jar piece, and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing the evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the Chief's orders. Even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate in the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edwards' car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I tried to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trust lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon. You mean Edgeworth's knife? Nope, it was the fucking switchblade. Look at the. She wasn't lying. She did stab the body to make a new murder weapon. No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife? That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand? Yes. It seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then? She saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Starr, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that, by whatever means possible. So, you hid Dark's knife? The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right. And then I called my sister to tell her what happened and ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received these orders from Chief Gant, I've only seen Von Karma in this game, but I don't know. It could be flashbacks too. The first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. Marshall? Why on earth did you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean... Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He's found himself to Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card. but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. He never... I don't know, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. Yeah. I'm afraid that's all I could tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. I know how to do this. I'm piecing it together. Daughter, what daughter? This is the defendant lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if... Behind the scenes... Edgeworth! Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 7777777 ID number that is. No one you feel... What? Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. It'll be fine! You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there's still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom we suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True. Not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, miss. 5 minutes, right, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. She didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. It's the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? Yeah, 3 days, fuck, like Japan at 4. Yeah! Rules and regulations, this is story reason. This is it. If I'm ever gonna find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. Court is now in session for the trial of Ms. Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant. Morning, folks! How's everyone doing? Hey, Udgy! Been back to the pool late yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is at my work. Oh, that's a good one! Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. Kia! What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. Kia, oh my god, he's just showing interest, gosh. No, Lana. You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven in its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. Marion! I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. The request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial. Even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant...
Objection!
One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth! The prosecution has not yet proved the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy! I understand this is a difficult time for you. But why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut? I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? You're critiquing another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh, to whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Fucking Edgeworth. As perky as gas. Very well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Grant? Worthy? You'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator.
2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dog of the Joe Dog killings. Is this correct?
Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. He sure gave it fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. Oh, this is great. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. Wait, My Little Pony? Wait, are you serious? Oh my god. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. Judge needs to swim more. Okay, here we go.
I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this
Sorry,
testimony
I
have to
annoyed
do?
you with my friendship.
Oh, Edward, thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. Have to do with Detective Goodman's murder. So big. Oh, God. I'm ready to think big. I'm gonna try. But that will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. Okay, here we go. We're gonna press everything. Because that's why I've been screwed up before. I haven't been pressing enough. Oh god, video tip series. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct?
Yes. She was second in command under the then Deputy Chief of Police Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever.
Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant of Miss Stein used to be quite a pair.
I believe they share the same office. That's right. I would always sit at my sister's desk. I dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day, too.
The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day.
Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work.
Running in and took me hostage, okay. Kia, man?
Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer.
Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. We saw his chance. He fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky in Gant's office.
There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him.
Neil Marshall rescued me. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were two people present during Drake's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King and Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Drake. Or Dark. I keep saying Drake.
When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead.
And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in?
I don't clearly remember what happened then. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant.
Can you tell us about that? Call him Donnie. Donnie Darko. Drake is better. A different D word.
Mr. Marshall jumped on Don again. Just then the lights went out.
The lights?
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on, and lightning struck nearby.
Yeah, I get that, Retro. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then lightning flashing outside. A sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then.
The detective?
Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case.
Damien Dark. Draco. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. So you spoke to Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago?
Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial.
And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw?
Tori and Craig? Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture.
A picture?
Yes, I think she mentioned that before.
Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? This picture the witness drew, I believe has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. Your picture of the scene, but it seems to have been lost.
You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right?
Yes, I want to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes.
That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died, yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken.
But I did draw it, I swear! I'm not just imagining it.
This picture that Emma drew, that reminds me. I guess it's to check the evidence again. Well, anyway, let's continue. The scene that imprinted the image on your mind. Can you please describe it to us?
The man...
Yes, okay. That must have been a real shock.
Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly.
Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage.
When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark, who was thrown aside and the two began wrestling with each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them.
Emma doesn't have any reason to lie. Alana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can. Mr. Edgeworth? This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture.
And yet, you would insist on denying its existence? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that, as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold! This is the evidence list for the SO9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over. Turn it... Ah! What's this? Yes. What is that?
Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew.
Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only a prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists... They're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. Back in the pit. What? What? Order, order! But, Miss Guy, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor.
Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor, are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yes, that's quite conceivable. Mr. Edgeworth, it's possible. Let's see. What is that? Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. You pooping? It's that thing. Oh God! That's that thing! That thing was dancing in the evidence room. You cannot escape. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. There's a torn update in the court record. Oh dear God. Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years? I have to see them. Oh my God. It's a badge. It's a badge. She saw a badge. Because yeah. Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seems to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. It's something. It's something. We're gonna find it out. It's the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Good God, Jay. To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. It's clearly shows Joe Dark was about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. Defense may now begin its cross-examination. Okay, let's take a look at everything. I actually kind of like the sound, the music. Did you draw this picture right after the incident?
I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything.
During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gannett and Lana Skye. 2 or 3 days later. The memory should still be fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black?
The flash of lightning was so bright I could see were shadows, okay.
So at the time you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue?
No, I couldn't see him clearly.
The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor?
Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around. And that's when the lightning flashed. It's coming together. Oh, I know what happened. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? So fainted. Okay. Do you want to hear my theory? Because it's changed slightly, but it's still kind of the same. You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No. I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of their situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Fine, if you must. You really need to torture the girl any further. It was dark. Chief Gant couldn't see who he was attacking. He killed Marshall by accident. Dark was responsible for the murders, but they had very little on him, so they basically planted the evidence on Marshall's body to get the conviction. Gant killed Marshall by accident. That's what I'm thinking. It was D for Dark. What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture... This picture is exactly what I saw in that instant. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? But yeah, I mean, that's the idea, but I know Grant killed Marshall, but I don't know why. It's the exact scene. It wasn't influenced by any way from your talks with the detectives? Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I better watch out or I might find some way to cut my salary. Sorry would have influenced me. Mr. Wright? Is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Huh? Oh, well. That's strange. She claims that this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. Okay, I need to take a look at the court stuff. Is there anything about... Niels, okay. Okay, so... I think this is where we present... Yeah. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? It says he was stabbed in the back. But she says he was stabbed in the chest. I'm gonna try here. I may be wrong. I may have to point out the knife, but I think it's gonna be right here. It's the angle. I think... Nope, I was wrong. Damn it. It's because the drawing stinks! Yeah, I'm gonna go with the weapon next. How could you? Don't go. She want the death penalty. I guess he means I should have shared the blame to others. That's learned his lesson. I better take another look. Yeah, I'm gonna try the weapon. Hey, Studio Blue! Thank you so much for that raid. I appreciate it. You're awesome. Let me get you your little intro video here. Boom. Oh, an AOD! Oh my god, I didn't give one for AOD either. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Okay, yeah, I feel bad.
Welcome
AOD.
to
Oh
this
my God,
train,
I'm so sorry.
Studio Blue.
Please forgive me. Can you ever forgive me, AOD?
Welcome to the stream, AOD Legacy.
That's true. You have been commenting, and it hasn't been registering because I'm an idiot. So please forgive me. I was like, when I get into it, and I get blinders on. I feel bad. So please forgive me. You're good. Okay, good. Oops. Okay, here it is. Right. Perhaps it would be faster. Okay, the contradiction, of course, lies here. You see, I should have gone with the weapon. I thought it was the weapon, but I was hoping it was because of the way he was facing, but that's favoritism. Well, they pay for it, so, you know. Take a look at the knife this man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. Wait, what?
Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. That's why it's flat. Okay, you're right. I'm afraid it's not that simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Ah! What's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. I see, it's flat. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right. But what does this mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence. You're treading on thin ice, Wright. All I'm saying, Tom, hey Tom, how you doing? Is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Ah! Order! 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 Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor? Please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. Okay, maybe Joe did kill him, but the chief... Oh, but they planted the tip of the knife in the... Oh, because it's the only evidence they had. And it's the only way to tie him to that... Oh, maybe, I don't know. My confidence is being shook, but I think the police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased him and was killed by Dark. Oh, nice, Jay. It's my belief that somewhere in the story, there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. The chances of there being two broken knives. Another broken knives at your drinks. Could there have been another one? If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright? In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume, then, that you had some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. The real murder weapon. So, do we have... Okay, I'm gonna try and show this one. Or it might be the photo. Nope, it's the photo. It's broken here. It's you. Huh? I'm sure this must all be very amusing to you, Mr. Wright. It's the photo. Sorry, please give me another chance. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Yeah, it was the photo. It was the fucking photo. Right here inside this picture. This is a picture of the awards ceremony. To the wrong evidence. This picture of the awards... What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award prosecutor marshal is holding. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Yep. Order, order, order!
Neil Marshall was awarded the King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given his broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out his knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that cannot be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors Award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean... this man raising a knife would have been the prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh! Actually died. Oh, fuck. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back? I knew it. His picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. Sometimes try so hard to forget. I must have locked this part way deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Skye? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife makes up and now the blue badger. This should be interesting. Because she couldn't tell who was who, she just saw shadows, so... we're assuming... I saw that man raise his knife. I panicked, I rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him yet, and it designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Stop, please. Don't pursue this any further. Lana, what is the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. You can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Skye, we've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. It's not the badger. Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. Seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. This is nice. Okay. When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark? Yes, at least I think it was him. You think? All I could really see were shadows. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor office reports. So then you... Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. But as we just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that Dark guy knocked me down, all I could think of was, I've got to help out that other person. I knocked away the man with the knife. What do you mean you think? It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur. Miss Skye was almost killed before she was to witness the murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young girl. So then, what happened next? So the blue badger. Are you sure about this? Of course, see? I even drew a picture of him there. But it was the chief of detectives who thought of this hideous beast. Just this year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department.
I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen it before somewhere. Now I finally remember. Oh, brother. Just when you thought this thing had caused enough commotion. Hideous beast. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing? Where in the room did you see him dancing? I sure saw his shadow. His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. It had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, I suppose you have an explanation? Yes, sir, but that all means please show us what this shadow really was. I saw a lightning flash. Who's this Blue Badger really? I just might know. Blue Badger hadn't even been dreamt of when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw his shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on the fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the Blue Badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright? In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in this instant? Please show this mysterious Blue Badger look-alike. Where is it? Oh, there it is. The mysterious Blue Badger was in fact this. But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the Blue Badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if you were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? Oh, here comes DS stuff! Maybe look at this thing from... Here comes the DS stuff! This isn't right. What? Badger. Allow me to remind the defense in case its case hinges on the witness's drawing. Mr. Wright cannot match the shape to the witness draw. We cannot accept his claim. The microwave brownie energy. Find just the right angle. Do you have vertically or horizontally? Come on, Mr. Wright. You can do it. Sure. The correct angle. Okay. I thought I had it. I was, but it didn't register as like this. Face the blood at head level more. Like this. Oh, there it is. There it is. Let's try that. Yep, there it is. Well, is this a miracle or what? I was right, okay, yeah. No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the Blue Badger. No. No, it can't be! This is hell. Yeah. Order, order! The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious Blue Badger witnessed on the day. On the crime actually is this. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Very well then, please tell us. What's different now that we know this witness saw this jar? Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. Oh god, Marion, no. Damage G4, so yes, we fucking can. Oh, hey, Queen! Hi, how you doing?
didn't even see that. Sorry, I didn't say hello. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Has anyone else shown up that I haven't said hi to yet? Seriously. I feel bad because I'm like looking at here and then things are going... Yeah. Like I get so wrapped up in the case. The body found lying near Lana Sky's desk. I'm sorry! Oh god! The witness testifies so herself. Yes. And it's these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office. I did say hi to you, Tom. I said hi. Come on, this is true, Kia. This is true. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf that the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? The halberd! Ah! A suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. They did it to cover up Emma's accidental murder. No, Miss Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? The offense took place as the defense theorizes, and the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. I said halberd. Halberd? It's a halberd, whatever. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! Hal, whatever was doing, Queen. I never imagined a testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. What? What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that, coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. We don't have evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Oh, Edgeworth, here it comes. Touché, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility.
You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean, the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, it's the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? I've got to think back to the court record. The same they may have left behind is in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop it? Will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Ow, look at that. It's such pain. Do not be mistaken, Miss Skye. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There's only one thing we can seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys the... This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he going to speak the killer's name? Nothing could, I'm sure it would. Nothing could have... Everyone's forgotten, this is just a jar. The message was left here, on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. Look like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice. For some reason, the blood is on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there's a line here, drawn in blood. So what you're saying is these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used a few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that's somewhat apparently wiped away. The blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points. And the victim's message will become apparent. No. It's just murder. Mr. Wright. What kind of message did the victim leave for us? Nintendo DS. Yeah, please once it will reveal us the answer. These dots to make the letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written, given the circumstances. His murderer's name. Oh my god, what do I... Wait, do I... Oh, I draw... Okay. Oh my god, I gotta... I don't know what I'm... There's an... That's an E? E. M. You blind man. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove the client's innocence. That's why I've been thinking it all. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So, this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. You missed it, Retro. We already proved it wasn't dark. See, Worthy? Can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Count, did you understand the implication of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? I know, right? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know we are defenders of justice? What?
We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. Surprisingly calm. He might have said in his man death. How can he just stand there like it was his fault? Order, order, order! Order! Oh, fuck. Are we getting another day? The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. Oh my god, it keeps going! After during the scenes. And look at his butt. Look at his butt. This is insanely insane. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? Did he have something just right? Yes. But in this world it is. It's the because the prosecutor is the one who's responsible for presenting that evidence. Got a lot of nerve, pal. Make a detective run all around while on duty. And top it off, you call me here. I said happy to people at funerals. I take it Lana's having you run errands again? Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Yeah, she asked me to give you this if there was a break at today's trial. Evidence law. Edgeworth was talking about this the other day. You must know the two rules of evidence law. Runabon, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. You could at least study some evidence law, really. Well, yeah, but it's still in the game world. The game world, man. We're not talking about logical, real-world crimes. That's the difference. Chief Prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said, if you're planning on taking him on, you're gonna need this book. Him. I guess I need to give this book a thorough read. In the pocket. Well, we gotta read it. We have so much evidence, it's not even, it's crazy. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Okay. The cover's so cute. Let me. It's a little. Look, it's a little ducky with the. It's a little Sherlock chick. It's a chickie. Oh my god. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me. Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she unwittingly caused the man's death. And now, you're telling me you don't want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal! You're missing the point, detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose him. No matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Here we go. Oh my god. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Ms. Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. The Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls for the witness, but, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, a struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witness? I didn't say that! It's just, you see, everyone has been talking and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing.
Undeniably, that is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. That is settled. The, defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright. You do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial's as good as over. The defense calls... Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. Yeah. I can only read one page, Tom. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. All right. Bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this? Some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean the time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. Hey, thanks. Appreciate that. I am growing. I'm at least trying to. Moderately. How are you doing? There's still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You're aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is this true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it a certain risk. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Tears him with a slammer. IOD. Very well, the witness may now begin his testimony. SL9 incident. Oh god, here we go. He was sultry. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. The power outage didn't help either. I'm gonna make it count. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. We're doing okay. We're doing okay. As well as we can. Dark was arrested. Him? He's lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seemed Dark bumped his head. Wrong one. I was gonna check something. Oh, in under 10 minutes, okay. Okay, I just wanted to, okay. You're reading this, great, thanks! Everything seems pretty clear-cut. If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I better hit him hard and fast. Okay. Here we go. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day. Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant, Lana Sky, also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. So he slipped up. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky. Wait. Elevator? What's this about a power outage? Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden, and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil's when that knife went into his heart, though. That's not funny. My office, I found Lana there. Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and the serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor. Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. Apparently she'd already arranged the crime scene. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved. So that means you found the body near Lana's desk. That's right. I think you said earlier. It was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor? Yes. Anyway, as you see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office? That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt. But moving a body and hiding out is inexcusable no matter what the circumstances. Ah, oh my god, my nose is so itchy. Ah. Is that how it really went down? Staring at the witness won't do any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you're better off staring at the court record. Worthy. Always a smooth talker. But which piece of evidence ties Grant to the forgery? Forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Gant to the incident. Okay, long story short, we slipped up. I'm looking at all the evidence again. Cloth. I think I'll get some action myself. Oh, the actual forgery itself? Where is it? Where's the knife tip? Where's the tip of the knife? I thought it was in evidence. Oh god, now I don't know. The book? Weapon found in wound was missing tip. He's complaining about evidence law, right? Oh my god, my nose. Fuck. I'm gonna fuck up, I just know it. I have no confidence anymore. This game has stolen that from me. My nose, it feels like it's on fire. There's like an errant hair in there stabbing me or something. Okay, I'm going for it. The evidence list? Oh.
Because it was in his desk. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself! Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this list, for example. That's the list Emma Sky drew her picture on. This was discovered in your desk. Not only that, but a piece of this jar that was sitting in your office was found inside your safe.
It was found where?
Yeah, you see, Chief Red, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office
Are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Chief Grant, Dent, what's the meaning of this?
Oh! Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then? That you were involved in the forgery? Who, me? Or do you mean you?
Me? Why would I have anything to do with that?
Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto?
However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation.
Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. Well, he made me say it.
What? If this hour drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office. And the relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene.
My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they're found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me in any way either.
Mr. Wright?
Yes, Your Honor.
We're investigating the crime scene. You should have been more careful to observe protocol.
You do understand that I'm the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh, indeed. I believe I'll press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again.
Apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know.
All right, Udgy. In return, though...
I know. That place, right?
Huh? What are these guys, telepathic?
Wait, what?
What? Are they gonna go swimming together?
I'd appreciate it if you stopped making these ridiculous allegations.
Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that.
What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped... Mr. Wright, what are you saying?
Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later.
Later? What are you talking about?
What else? I'm talking about when Righto's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe. That proves this investigation was illegal.
How slimy is this guy?
Yeah, you can't prove when the... Okay.
What do you mean by that?
This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery.
If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery...
I'm not through speaking yet, Righto. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. Crazy college days! They're found after dark, and they're worthless.
Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation?
It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced.
Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right? The Chief is talking about a possibility, so long as you can't rule that out. Your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know.
Come now, Righto. Think about it.
How can you look me in the eye and say that?
Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil?
I'm not sure I care for the word murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye.
Well, now do you see?
Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one large benefit you reap from all of this.
Oh? I wasn't aware. What is this benefit?
That would, of course, be the position you have. Chief of Police. Oh. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive.
Oh, that's a good one.
Huh?
Do you really think I'm that incompetent?
What do you mean?
Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little.
Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes. He was going to be made chief anyway.
Gah! Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at.
So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else.
Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for.
Me, myself, and I.
There, it's out in the open now. Ajit, would you mind if I change my testimony a little?
By all means, please do so.
It's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me.
Oh, my word. Nothing in it for you?
Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you better think again.
You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone.
Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised.
You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though.
Oh, that's a good one, Worthy.
Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? True, you might not help out anyone for their sake. But if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to betray the chief. As a nice man who likes to lend people a hand.
That's not what I mean.
Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence?
I'm pretty sure it's Lana Skye. To protect her sister, because she thought her sister did it. Because he set up everything to make... Yeah.
Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye. The defendant?
I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit.
Self-profit? What do you mean?
After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed Chief Prosecutor at the Prosecutor's Office. Serious? It is. Tom, it is. The person who arranged for this job change was you, Chief Grant.
But how would he profit from all this?
He'd be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations.
Do you mean to tell me that despite the Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind.
Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive? To appoint her as Chief Prosecutor so you could control her. Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something.
What?
Do you have any proof of this? That I've controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana. She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant.
I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing but more than mere conjecture.
Golf clap. Unless that is also what happened in this incident.
This incident? Which one would that be?
Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The Chief Prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her.
Really? You better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? Order! I said order! That's all right. You can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got. And it better be good. Show us his evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. His life goals changed a bit. This is called character growth. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search of my office is in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. No, it's not. It's just... this is the 5th case of the first game. We've already been through 4. Chief Gant, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. What about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not! Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days? Chief Gant, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? The trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give the report to the chief of police. Yet you're in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filled it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. This is a really good game, Dizdar. You should try it. Then, you accompany the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him? There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. The murderer and Detective Goodman. Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait. The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. You could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of that sort. It is frustrating, but it's still a good game, though. Stop living in the... Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you'd really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. No! Chief Cat, you didn't. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind. For no one in my right would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. Susan. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. And you're forgetting this, right? The victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office's parking lot. How did you manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey you! Take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office! I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. All this time I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence! To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. So that's Edgeworth's thing, okay. Is it the coat? It wasn't the badger. I'm not using the badger again. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. What's that? A screwdriver? The one he asked Edgeworth to take. What does that have to do with this case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is the screwdriver doing here? It's here because... I was asked to go, by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. The fucking badger. Hey, Violent, how you doing, man? And I'm never playing Fallout 76, my god. How did so money into that day? I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did. Because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Yes. Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. Drive people mad. To transport the body to your accomplice, Ms. Lana Skye. Order! 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 What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took in the prosecutor's office. This is not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It's a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. Leave. Your time's up. My time's up. Sorry, Rhino, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going. We're making a time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet.
Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons.
Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now.
What? This is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this?
Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now.
Well,
You think I'd let him dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with.
I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright? Your Honor? You have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of his body?
Do I have any concrete proof? I'm saving because I'm scared. I do not? Okay. I'm trusting you guys. I'm gonna go with you guys on this one. It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. See, Archie?
In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief.
What? Here's a tip. Never gamble with what you can't afford to lose, Rhino. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Hey, Archie! I'll leave the rest to you.
I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency.
What?
Lady Luck. Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean?
There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony.
A lady who knows the truth. Another witness!
In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. But there's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room.
Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person?
Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today.
Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist?
She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth... Mike Meekins!
The defendant? Ms. Lana Skye?
She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. John Goodman. Her task to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders.
Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor.
Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. 15 minutes we'll reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in
Hold on.
Huh?
Chief Gant,
I thought you were going to eat.
listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. This isn't good. Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then, I've got a lunch date to meet.
Okay, if there aren't any further objections...
It's a video game! What do you expect? It's not accurate court drama 101, it's Phoenix Wright. Okay, they also just said someone could the chief of police can legally not testify. That can't happen in the American court system. I don't know about the Japanese court system, but in no court system I'm familiar with can that actually happen. It's all for fun, guys. Like, you're like my wife. She gets really upset at nurse shows and medical dramas because they're so highly inaccurate. And I'm like, just watch the show, enjoy it. Stop trying to psychoanalyze it. You could plead the fifth, but there has to be you have to have a good reason to do so. And it also basically incriminates you just by pleading the fifth. So, but you can't just say, I'm not going to testify. What do you think of the Japanifornia justice system? This isn't for fun, Hawk Lazarus steak. This was drunk. There we go. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. Ah, Chief. He's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. I'm not detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Nah, don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. Could he mean... Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief gets done it again. How does he always get the upper hand? It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said. But Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. I gave him a Brooklyn one, so... Risks. What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the Chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything, too? He forfeits his right to say anything, too. Emma, are you okay? Yeah. When I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah, now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me. Hirsch. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything the Chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. What, you want to blame anyone? Blame society, pal. What? Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait here? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there. When Lana tells the truth. Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. We live in a society. Indeed we do. This one has taken forever. Like, we've been playing for... How long have we been playing for? We've been playing for a long time. It doesn't tell you how long, but this has been longer than I think the entire game. Like, holy crap. Like the rest of the other cases. It's insane. And this was the bonus case when they put it on the DS. DSS, I warned you. Actually, no, that's the time. I thought. Isn't that the, yeah, it's the time. It's the actual time on my, it's 11, oh, that's 9/11 for me right now, so 21/11. Or 21/9/12, not that. Well, Lieutenant, Miss Auto Sky, please take the stand. Miss Auto Sky, you're the Chief Prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Guy. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course. The truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Now then, your testimony, if you will. Yeah, because, I mean, of course, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. go. Gant and the fabrication. Here we go. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Okay, that's... Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. Lena! If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. What if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. What? Yeah, I'll put the VOD on YouTube in a couple of days, but it'll be on Twitch forever. Because I do highlights and I save it also. I can't wait for the locks. Oh, God. What are you talking about the entire time? Yeah, but... yeah. Okay, here we go. Psycho locks. How many years, exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years. Detective Gant and Detective Sky were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. She must have been good coming from the same school as Mia. Damon Gant was a respectable detective, that's why. But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And... get that... Oh my god, who works out? You do squats! Oh my god. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Anna! So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago? Yeah. You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? The prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Criticize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change the statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying the switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. The guy got the point in the back. Oh god. That's not how it does. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. All just to protect me. So you found a scene like this. What did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. So we then move to the body. You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wound? Then you moved the body? But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others. But why did you do that? Come now, Mr. Wright. You should be able to figure that out. Wait, why did she move the body? Ah, right, this is funny. Get the knife. proof we needed. We need to, When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? Here's where you deduced it was, by Chief Gas's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body. This is the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Pieces of the jar? You mean... Yes. That wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. You've seen this dude die. Your Marshal was dead, and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. I see. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that. There must be a contradiction here somewhere. Anyway, I commence fabrication completely alone. Use that big brain. I'm trying! So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it. Period. Are you so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence? She's lying. She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. I know, in any case. As a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Mr. Wright, my sister's lying! Looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. Yep, let me get there! I'm getting there! I'm trying to go through all the motions. So, if she would have done it alone. To get Lana to talk more. She's lying, then she's bound to make a contradiction. Miss Guy, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered. If that truth were exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I'm compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. Contradiction? In my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Order! Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth toward which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony. Jar message in blood, okay. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room. I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. But, yeah, we already... You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. So the jar was already broken. It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier. It certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case. But not as feeble as the judge's judgment. You were an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally I would have. Miss Dark, how'd you see the blood? So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust. Well, that helps my case. But you do that for me? Seems you two might make up yet. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. This is rather shocking. Oh, excuse me. Be safe, I wiped away the blood. I'm afraid the action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in this situation? Anna? I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. It was always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. So you legally rearranged the crime scene? Yes. I don't have any excuse for my actions. I'm so sorry, Lena. I didn't know. I treated you so badly all this time. It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. You've gotten to the bottom of this incident. No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office. No contradictions of service in her testimony. Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I've figured out the contradictions in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around. So... So why was the main fragment in the chief's safe? Yeah, I'm right. I'm right. This guy, I believe this jar conceals the truth. Even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She didn't really know. There's something even more disturbing about the final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That very well may be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Ha! Can you believe that? Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on this shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I've been implying that this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for the dark downstairs, but the question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, the judge is old, Jay. Can't you tell? Give Badger. I'm not giving the Badger. Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that?
No! He looks really old, though. He's white, gray hair, bald. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. A demigod arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jaw. And purposefully hit one of the broken pieces. A question. What is this action called? Fabrication of evidence.
Objection!
But why would the chief can't do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear what happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the chief's puppet. Ow! No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. You didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. His attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies. Imagine that coming from my own client. I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana, maybe right after all. What do you mean, right? So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Skye, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will if you tell the truth. Besides the point right now! Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. Alright. The witness may testify once more, for the final time. Crime scene. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on the suit of armor sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she didn't. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. Chief Gant helped me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor sword. You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. I must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture. I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. She gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check out evidence. There must be a picture there somewhere. Oops, no, not that one. Eee, we're looking in the book. We're looking in the book. Oh, yeah, there it is. Oh, look, it's so cute. Pio. Oh, shit. Hey, there's a picture here. Oh. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I can contacted Criminal Affairs only after I'd rearranged everything. Court record. Mr. Wright! That piece cut out from his vest. Could that be the cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe? What's this? Wait, what? This is a handprint, isn't it? That cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whatever fingerprints those are, must be the real murderer. What? But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. As long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. I know what happened. Chief Gant set up the whole thing. Mr. Marshall's body impaled on the suit of armor sword. Whoa. Come now, Edgy. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant. What, now you want to make me as the bad guy? Well, you want to make me now as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. So what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean we still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't. But someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is this true, Mr. Wright? If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright, we have many more evidence presented now. If you try to conceal anything, you will be appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall? I cannot, because it did not follow the same... Wait, can I? Wait. Hold on a second. Where is it? Where's the book? The Pearl Police Department and unregistered evidence. That's right. Okay, so it does work. Okay. So I have to show it, right? Hello, Christian. How you doing? Christian Skywalker. No one say. Okay, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. So I can't, yeah. I can't. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie! Chief Gant, you opened my safe! I know you took what was inside! The conclusive evidence! I don't know what you're talking about. It's right. Why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know his fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? That's okay anyway, he's saved. This part of has been cut out for some reason. You mean you have this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Rhino. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. And then it occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, then when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had to plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Doc convicted. I tampered with the crime scene. I hid 2 pieces of evidence. That's before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence. You mean those items in your safe? But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance? I'm sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I was about to let anyone blame me for the murder the girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jaw fragment? I had the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. But you fabricated all the evidence. What's to say you didn't fabricate the message on the jaw, too? Ho, ho, ho. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean, that piece of cloth. Come on, Righto. Cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it, that Chief Gant, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have showed it before it was too late. It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, the victory is mine. No, it's too late to show the evidence now. Besides, even if I did, it just exposed that poor girl's fingerprints. Right? Think hard over the circumstances. Circumstances? I'm talking about then and now. There's one major difference between the two. Okay, I can show. Weren't you waiting for that difference? So, I just figured out my plan. Okay. That's right. This is your only chance. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. Evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Wait, there's blood all over the vest, but there wasn't any blood on the piece we took. But that doesn't, I don't think that matters. I'm overthinking. Oh god, oh god. The only thing I can think of is showing the book. You're so close! Yeah. You keep saying the evidence, but I mean, do I just show the cloth? But that's gonna go right into his trap. He just said he hid, yes. Yeah, it has no blood on it. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes! At last you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that immediately be sent to the lab for analysis. It's handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean, it could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Ho ho ho! You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Righto had it all this time to present his evidence. It is elected to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well. I'll tell you. You should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is... Emma? Emma Skye? What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why did you tell me? You're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along. And he's still trying to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you monster! This guy? You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. Miss Guy, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. Ha! But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Can't go your tongue. Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh? What's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Skye, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is. I was right, I was just early. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here today. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. Whoops, that would have been bad if I would have. What exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Skye took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes, it is sure to showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth. Wait. There's no blood on it. Since Emma Skye's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense! Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. Most likely he hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Skye? Picked up the unconscious prosecutor and impaled him on the armor's sword. Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jaw with the victim's blood. A jaw that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And to make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. No! It's finally all over. Oh, that was close, Renato. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Order! Order! What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, G? Earlier, old Rhino here concealed that piece of cloth. What's your excuse, Rhino? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. That's what we're gonna get on! Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. The moment that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. That's not fair. Ho ho ho! Did you think you could best me in court? Looks like the last laugh's on you, son. The book, the book, the book, the book! I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. I gotta until my Wi-Fi. Citra. Okay. Okay, here we go. Objection! Oh, this breakdown. So much of Edgeworth's butt. Oh god. Okay, here we go. I haven't missed anybody coming in, have I? I've done that a couple of times recently. So. Wait, Mr. Wright? It seems, at last, the time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit it? That you purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of cloth? I did not. I admit, I refused to present it at one point. Aha! So the evidence is illegal. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Uh-huh. It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean, you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved in presenting evidence. No, G, don't listen to his lies! He's nothing but a coward! You can't really believe... There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not a violation of the law, then do so now. I keep hitting... I keep hitting the button too fast! Where's the book? This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at that time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall, when was that picture presented? It was shown only a few moments ago. No. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial. That piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest? Oh, yes. No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant. The killer was you. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he was stupider on the department, trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Your crime wasn't exactly petty.
Well, he revoked that right again, so he could testify. You want to investigate the case, I think, or whatever, it doesn't really matter. Good Angel Star. Thank you, Mr. Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. It's transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. And then all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm gonna hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worried so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint. Detective Gumshoe's locker. That used to be known as the crime computer. Whatever has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. You put the body in my car? I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Grr. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragments in the glove. Yeah. Looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me. We're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try and go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy! What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend! I'm sorry too, David Gant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator, an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Udgy. Thanks to all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Rhino here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes. First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence, up until today. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. Just guys being roommates! I'm sorry, Miss Sky, I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. What high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. Oh, she wants the Phoenix D. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. This guy. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it has been for you.
It was nothing. Liar.
That's where the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth.
Stop it! I only did my job. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. This guy,
Yes, Your Honor?
you are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for those crimes at a later date.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains.
Your take is what I wanted to say. Well, this trial has gone far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Skye.
Yeah!
That is all. This court is adjourned.
At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook. But at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended... You said me a favor, so highly of you. I owe my thanks, Mr. Wright. And you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've done well. You know, I did my best too. But Lana didn't say a single word to me.
I hope I'm not interrupted anything, pals. Oh, I guess I am. I don't think your game was the longest one I've played either, BG. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run around while on duty. I top it off, you call me here.
He keeps saying that.
You mind if pals? I'm only kidding.
Oh, are you here because of my sister again?
Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone.
Yeah, Capcom published and developed it, yes. Lana?
You've been doing she's starting to arrest you, though. Well, I won't tell if you won't.
Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day 2 years ago, it was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked Gen to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now, I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours.
Everyone has very unique dress in this game, and I love them for it.
See how you react if you knew. Sis, you're only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis. I'm such a fool.
It's a prosecuted thing. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. Sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Yeah. Oh, Emma. Emma. She was sentenced to death for her crimes. Aww. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it's from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. Fun, Carmen. At least that's what I felt, watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe. Me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Where was he hiding? I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right. Well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth? Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. We're the same. Just one man, you see when he tries to go it alone. He's always like, hey Cloud, how you doing? I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I cannot continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. He grew up dramatic. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something they need to Edgeworth are and we come with our own, So, what did we come up with together? The evidence list! That's the picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, and I had the other. Don't. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. This thing. The Ring of Hierarchy. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. Just a romance novel. I better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. It seems you both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Look at the little chick. Oh my god, it's so cute. Scientific Investigation? It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. Has to be dramatic first. And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I had faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. As for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. As a bum. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? It's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks in prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, haha, you see, Mr. Wright here is the one who will be footing the bill. Huh? Huh? What, you think I can afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? 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 Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream? Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, this is a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go. Objection. They're filing for unemployment. Ah, there we go. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then, I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. In Edgeworth's game, right? Oh, yeah. Oh my god. Yikes, I thought I was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily. Poor gumshoe. What the heck? I got it on my own though. A lot of the stuff I got on my own. With a tiny bit of help. Some hints here and there. But I remember the important stuff when it came down to it. Just doesn't eat well. My new mission is to guard the main entrance to take care of Billy! Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard! My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them though! Someday I'm going to make detective! Yes, sir! Then I can be just like that Dick Gumshoe! Don't show me this man again! Doesn't even get a rating. Oh, God. That horror. I know, right, Gothic? Oh my god. What? Why? 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 At least he didn't play the music. Oh. Oh no. Don't show me this. He haunts you. Oh my god. It broke. A police badge. Not a badger is in the... It's a police badge. What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with a steak lunch partner? Miss Star managed to sneak this into me. Just seeing one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? I can see... I can't, yeah. So he's just flat justice. There we go. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while.
farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu. The Right Way lunch. The top layer tastes bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's Oz hell around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards.
Like pork buns? Actually, you're kind of right. I wonder if that's on purpose. I want to see more. Hey, student. Seal, how you doing? Filled with delish. Oh my. I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for, how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I better be. Huh? Oh no! I forgot my gavel! Sorry, I gotta go. I'm not reading him. You missed the end of the first game, the actual end of the first game. The 5th trial. Mercy. Objection! But he probably fit, yeah. Oh, he's always been forgetful, Jay. That's the good thing about the judge. He's not that bright. Hey! Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. So I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Mr. Maya, our training's about to begin. Coming! Well, see you around, Nick. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, she's underage. Her and Emma are disqualified. Until next game. Oh, God. He swims. Mr. Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth? I brought you your tea. What's going on? This bellboy. Get good. Oh my God. Mysterious. Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. Oh, there's a picture. Aww. That's cute. Look how small she is. There we go. We beat the game.